on October 16 at the Raleigh Bale Classic at Toledo Speedway. But Kading began the season as the defending champion, and Levi Jones was the season champion. Three Hail Marys is a traditional Roman Catholic devotional practice of reciting three Hail Marys as a petition for purity and other virtues. Believers recommend that it be prayed after waking in the morning, and before going to bed, following the examination of conscience at night. This devotion has been recommended by Saint Anthony of Padua, Saint Alphonsus Liguori, Saint John Bosco and Saint Leonard of Port Maurice. Two saints, Mechald and Gertrude, are said to have received revelations from the Blessed Virgin Mary regarding this practice. Traspina is one of 8 parishes in Proazar, a municipality within the province and autonomous community of Asturias, in northern Spain. It is 13.29 kilometers to 5.13 square miles in size with a population of 65 by any 2005. The pursuit of the millennium. Revolutionary millenarians and mystical anarchists of the Middle Ages 1957. Revised and expanded in 1970 is Norman Cohn's study of millenarian cult movements, covering the wide span of time. Cohn's book discusses topics such as anti-Semitism and the Crusades, in addition to such sects as the Brethren of the Free Spirit, Flagellants, the Anabaptists, and the Ranters. The Pursuit of the Millennium concludes with a discussion of the theocratic King John of Leyden, who took over the city of Ambassador in 1534. Linda Haynell, born October 17, 1961, is an Australian former swimmer. She competed in 3 events at the 1976 Summer Olympics. Valentino Bertolini, January 18, 1917, January 28, 1967, was an Italian racewalker who competed at the 1948 Summer Olympics. Chu Su-hong, born April 26, 1954, is a Singaporean economist who is professor at the National University of Singapore and an adjunct professor at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. He is considered one of the pioneers in axiomatic non-expected utility models. The barony of Halton, in Cheshire, England, comprised a succession of 15 barons who held under the overlordship of the County Palatine of Chester, ruled by the Earl of Chester. It was not therefore an English feudal barony which was under full royal jurisdiction, which is the usual sense of the term, but a separate class of barony within a palatinate. After the Norman conquest, William the Conqueror created 3 earldoms to protect his border with Wales, namely Shrewsbury, Hereford and Chester. Hugh Lupus was appointed Earl of Chester, and he appointed his cousin, Nigel of Cotentin, as the first Baron of Halton. Halton was a village in Cheshire which is now part of the town of Runcorn. At its centre is a rocky prominence on which was built Halton Castle, the seat of the barons of Halton. The castle is now a ruin. Commonwealth Parkville School (CPS), founded in 1952 and incorporated in Puerto Rico, is a private college preparatory day school. It is a non-sectarian, non-profit, coeducational institution governed by a board of directors. CPS provides an integrated PTK-12 curriculum in English with a strong program in Spanish. It is located on two campuses: Parkville campus in Guaynabo, PR grades PTK 6, and Commonwealth campus in Hato-Reed, San Juan, PR grades 7 to 12. Snow in summer is a hybrid cultivar of the genus Freesia in the bromeliad family. Paul Chadwick, born 1957, is an American comic book creator best known for his series Concrete, about a normal man trapped in a stone body. Anne Bacon Drury (1572–1624) was an English literary patron. Anne was the fourth daughter of Sir Nicholas Bacon d. 1579 and Anne Butts d. 1610. Her grandfather was Sir Nicholas Bacon, and her uncle Francis Bacon. She married Sir Robert Drury of Halstead and Hardwicke in 1592. Her parents provided a dowry of £1,600. Anne was a friend of the poet John Donne. Donne's anniversaries commemorate her daughter Elizabeth Drury, who died in 1610 aged 14. She created a painted bedroom closet for meditation and study and entertaining close friends at Halstead Place, near Berry Street, Edmonds. The painted paneling was removed to Hardwicke House, Suffolk. It is now in Christchurch Mansion, part of Ipswich Museum. The decoration consists of a series of 40 emblems including Latin phrases. "2 Days or Die" is an album that was released on February 25, 2004 by Atlas Plug. The album was originally released only as a digital release MP3 and later on CD. The album was mostly overlooked by mainstream reviewers, although it did receive some positive coverage. The Hertfordshire Association for Local History exists to promote the study and enjoyment of history in Hertfordshire, England. The association publishes a journal, Hearts Past and Present, and a book series, Hertfordshire Publications, in association with the University of Hertfordshire Press. The Hertfordshire Publications book series has been in existence for over 40 years and has been an imprint of the university since 2001. SpeedNet Communications Limited is a Belizean communications company established in 2003. It mostly deals with cellular services under the brand name Smart and other landline services. James Arnold Watson, November 8, 1936. April 28, 2015, was an English writer. The best known of his 12 children's novels is Talking in Whispers, winner of the Other Award from the Children's Rights Workshop, runner-up for the 1984 Carnegie Medal, and, in its German translation, winner of the 1987 Buxtehude Award. Two others are Ticket to Prague and The Bull Leapers. He was a lecturer in media and communication studies and he has written 3 books in the field. What is Communication Studies? Media Communication, An Introduction to Theory and Process, and, with co-author N. Hill, The Dictionary of Media and Communication Studies, now in its 8th edition. Watson was born in Darwin, Lancashire, England. His book The Noisy Ducks of Buxtehude is a dual-language text English/German aimed at very young readers. The 1989 profile in the UK children's books magazine Books for Keeps noted that a theme of Watson's work was a universal fight for human rights, and that 3 of his novels, adventure thrillers set amid the Spanish Civil War, The Freedom Tree, The Chile of the Disappeared Talking in Whispers, and Contemporary Britain, Where the Establishment Closes Ranks Over Nuclear Secrecy, Where Nobody Sees, had been praised for their exciting action, their passion and their challenge to debate. The Carnegie Medal panel described Talking in Whispers as covering the difficult theme of oppression in Chile, has seen through the eyes of three teenagers. With great honesty and sincerity. He wrote two plays for senior schools and 4 plays for radio. He published the novel Fair Game, Steps of the Odessa in 2008 and Pigs Might Fly, an original e-reader Kindle, in 2013. He died on April 28, 2015. John William Gott, 1866. November 4, 1922, was the last person in Britain to be sent to prison for blasphemy. His was also the last public prosecution. Later prosecutions were purely private. Philadelphia Township is one of 11 townships in Cass County, Illinois, USA. As of the 2010 census, its population was 221 and it contained 105 housing units. The 1993 Wake Forest Demon Deacons football team was an American football team that represented Wake Forest University during the 1993 NCAA Division IA football season. In their first season under head coach Jim Caldwell, the Demon Deacons compiled a 2-9 record and finished in last place in the Atlantic Coast Conference. Eatables or eatables may refer to Eatables, an online service from Apple later known as .Mac then Mobile M, before evolving into the current iCloud service Eatables Resourcehome, the computer image tool for displaying complex data maps. Manavjayan is a census town in Balaghat district in the Indian state of Madhya Pradesh. Rosanot is a village in the administrative district of Gmindbyar within Kalisz County, Greater Poland Voivodeship, in west-central Poland. It lies approximately 27 kilometers 17 miles southeast of Kalisz and 133 kilometers 83 miles southeast of the regional capital Poznan. Dunaiv Rayon Ukrainian is a rayon in Khmelnytsky Oblast in Ukraine. Its administrative center is Dunaivitsy. Its population is 66,900 inhabitants. It was established in 1923. HMC's Fredericton was a Flower-class corvette of the Royal Canadian Navy. She was ordered from Marine Industries Limited in Sorel, Quebec and laid down on March 22, 1941. She was launched on September 2, 1941 and commissioned on December 8, 1941. She was named after the community of Fredericton, New Brunswick. Fredericton's design was slightly revised from the earlier Flower-class ships. Corvettes built before 1941 behaved poorly in heavy seas, so her length and weight were increased. She was also outfitted with a water tube boiler which was more powerful and stable than earlier models. Her armament was limited to a 4-inch 100mm gun forward and a 2-pound 0.9 kilograms pom-pom gun aft gun, as well as depth charge throwers which suited her escort duties and anti-submarine capabilities. Later on she was outfitted with the improved Hedgehog anti-submarine device. She was manned by a crew of 85 which included 6 officers. Her unofficial emblem was a badge emblazoned with a flying tiger dropping a depth charge on a U-boat. Fredericton served during the Battle of the Atlantic from 1941 to 1945. During 1942 she escorted oil tankers from the Caribbean to New York City. From 1943 to 1945 she escorted convoys in the Western Atlantic and then later on across the Atlantic to Northern Ireland. She was decommissioned on July 14, 1945. Some question as to her final disposition lies with a possible error in Lloyd's Register. Either she was sold for scrap in 1946 or ended up as a Panamanian-flagged Japanese whaler which was used until 1979. Associate Professor Dong So Kim, Chinese. Can use. Juan S. Beacon. PHOEG. Dong So Kim was a nominated Member of Parliament and MP in Singapore from January 2005 to April 2006. She was appointed by Singapore's President Sr. Nathan in December 2004. Buda Hungarian, Baranislana, German. Lohn is a commune in Cluj County, Romania. Taran Football Club Turkmen. Taran Football Club is a Turkmen football club based in Dasagus. They play in the top division in Turkmen football, the Turkmenistan Higher League. Their home stadium is Sport Toplami Stadium. In May 2010, the club changed its name to Dasagus from Taran Dasagus by the decision of Turkmenistan Football Federation. At 2016 old name returned. Richard Zumalan MD, FACS is an American plastic surgeon, recognized for his role and contribution to plastic surgery with several books and publications on different platforms. He is also known for his research in plastic surgery and reconstructive surgery. Zumalan is in private practice specializing in facial plastic and reconstructive surgery and has offices in Beverly Hills and New York City. He is the owner of Rhinopedia, founder of Natural Structure Rhinoplastic, and the founder of the non-profit foundation The Change of FACE organization. Krumbisch also. Krumbischwaben is a town with 13,000 residents in the district Gdensburg in Swabia. Bavaria, Germany. It is the second biggest town in the district. The Tokamak Game Physics SDK is an open-source physics engine. At its beginnings, Tokamak was free for non-commercial uses only. Since May 2007, it has become open-sourced under a BSD license. Now it can be used under BSD's lib license. In order to make the source code exchange with other physics engine possible, Concours International de Roses Nouvelles de Bagatelle International Competitions. Your New Roses is held in June of each year in the Rose Trial Grounds of the Château de Bagatelle in Paris's 16th arrondissement. Established in 1907 by Jean-Claude Nicolas Forestier, the city's Commissioner of Gardens, it was the first international competition to assess new roses and remains one of the most prestigious events in the commercial rose growers calendar. The first competition involved 148 new varieties presented by 27 French rose breeders and 31 growers from around the world. James Doyle may refer to Denton is a series of brands of chewing gum available in several countries globally. It is owned by Mondelez International. In 1899, the New York City druggist Franklin V. Canning formulated a chewing gum which he promoted as an aid to oral hygiene, to prevent decay, to sweeten the breath, to keep teeth white. Read the package. Mr. Canning called his new gum Dentin, which is a combination of the words dental and hygiene and also sounds like dentine as some people pronounce that word. In 1916 the brand was sold to the American Chicle Company. By the 1930s, Dentin was produced by the Adams Gum Company. Adams was one of the companies that made up the American Chicle Company. Eventually ownership passed to Warner Lambert Company, which merged into Pfizer in 2000, and then Cadbury. Edge and Christian DNC are a tag team made of real-life best friends Edge, Adam Copeland and Christian Jason Riso. They are best known for their time in the World Wrestling Federation WWF, later renamed World Wrestling Entertainment WWE, where they won the WWF Tag Team Championship on 7 occasions. Initially, the two were portrayed as on-screen brothers, but the aspect was de-emphasized in the mid-2000s, and in 2010, the team was officially retconned as childhood friends. The team split up in 2001 but reunited briefly on the SmackDown brand in 2011. Edge, however, announced his retirement from professional wrestling due to neck injury on the April 11 episode of Monday Night Raw, which would ultimately end their final run together. In addition to their 7 reigns as WWF Tag Team Champions, they each won singles titles during their run as a tag team. Edge and Christian are also noteworthy for their participation in the first 3 tables, ladders, and chairs matches TLC matches. In 2012, WWE named them the greatest tag team in WWE history. The team's popularity propelled Edge and Christian to main event success, with both men becoming multiple-time world champions in their own right. David Herbert Wills, born March 13, 1964, is an American sportscaster who, along with his broadcast partner Andy Freed, has served as the radio voice of the Tampa Bay Rays since 2005. Wills and Freed alternate play-by-play and color commentator duties during Rays game broadcasts, usually trading roles every 3 innings. Wills has signed several contract extensions with the Tampa Bay Rays radio network and signed another multi-year deal after the 2017 season. Wills was born and raised in the Chicago area and grew up as a die-hard White Sox fan. He played baseball and basketball at Oak Lawn Community High School, where he also wrote for the school newspaper. He attended Elmhurst College, where he pitched on the baseball team and worked for the school's newspaper until graduating with degrees in speech communications and urban studies in 1988. While in college, he also worked for SportsPhone, a call-in service that provided 1 minute of sports scores and updates for the Chicago area. After graduation, Wills served as the pitching coach/recruiting coordinator for the Elmhurst College baseball team in 1989 and as the interim head baseball coach at the University of Chicago in 1990. Wills began his on-air broadcasting career covering sports for radio stations WMAQ and WMVP in the Chicago media market. His first play-by-play position was with the Class A Kane County Cougars, for whom he was the radio voice from 1991 to 1995. From 1997 to 2004, Wills served as the pre-game and post-game analyst and backup for John Roonier on the Chicago White Sox radio broadcasts. During the same period, he also co-hosted a daily sports talk radio show, hosted the local cable television sports show, hosted the pre- and post-game radio broadcasts for Notre Dame football and basketball, and did radio play-by-play for University of Illinois Chicago UIC basketball. Wills and Andy Freed were hired as the new broadcast team by the Rays before the 2005 season, replacing the club's original radio team of Paul Holden and Charlie Slows. In 2016, Wills was inducted into the Irish American Baseball Hall of Fame. Knuckle Racing Circuit is a motor racing circuit in Fife, Scotland. It opened in September 1974 and is Scotland's national motorsport centre. The circuit is located in the countryside about 6 miles 10 kilometers north of Dunfermline. The Warden's House at Penitentiary Boulevard and West Street in McAlester, Oklahoma was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2005. It was designed by architect P. H. Weathers. It has also been known as Oklahoma State Penitentiary Warden's House. The NRHP listing included 2 contributing buildings on 1.9 acres (0.77 ha). It is located across the street from the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. Lynn's Addition is an unincorporated community in Logan County, West Virginia. Phil Lowe, born January 19, 1950, is an English former World Cup winning professional rugby league footballer who played in the 1960s, 1970s and 1980s, and coached in the 1980s. He played at representative level for Great Britain, England, and Yorkshire, and at club level for Hull Kingston Rovers and Manly Warringah Sea Eagles, as a second row, i.e. number 11 or 12, during the era of contested scrums, and coached at club level for York. His fellow player, Mike Stevenson, described Lowe as Phil had a magnificent physique. He had a high leg movement and the ability to strike out of a tackle. A giant of a man and a brilliant exponent of a forward running out wide in the center areas. Batticaloa Tamil could mean Batticaloa Tamil, person of Batticaloa, in Sri Lanka origin. Batticaloa Tamil dialect used by a person of Batticaloa origin. UDD, formerly known as Uptown Down, is a Filipino band formed in Manila in 2004. They have released 3 albums: Fragmented, Bipolar and Capacities, released under independent record label Turno Recordings. In 2005, the band won the coveted In the Raw Award at the New 107 Rock Awards, as well as Best New Artist and Best Female Award for vocalist and keyboardist Army Miller. In 2006. In 2008, they were awarded Favorite Indie Artist at the Mix Music Awards. Mark Cole's BBC show tagged them as the Asian band to most likely cross over to North American shores, and has been featured in numerous regional shows together with bands such as Arcade Fire Canada and Block Party UK. They have also been recognized by Paul Buchanan of the Blue Nile, Kern Smith of Tears for Fears, and Tim Bowness of No Man. They were featured in the July 2007 issue of Time magazine. The band has opened for acts such as Red Hot Chili Peppers, Incubus, Block Party, The XX, Tegan and Sarah, Takiti 80, and Cut Copy. On January 1, 2017, the band officially renamed to its initials UDD. Scott City is an unincorporated community in Fairbanks Township, Sullivan County, in the U.S. state of Indiana. The community is part of the Terre Haute Metropolitan Statistical Area. Natural-born Teen Top is the sixth EP recorded and performed by the South Korean contemporary R&B idol group Teen Top. It was released digitally on June 22, 2015 and physically on June 23. The album was released in two versions and contains 6 tracks. Mallet house or mallet cabin door variations may refer to The Hope Town District Council is a local government council in the Bahamas. It is a third scheduled district council located within the Abaco Islands of the Northwest Bahamas. After the implementation of local government in the Bahamas in 1996, the Ministry of Local Government approved the creation of the Hope Town District in 1999. The initial council makeup included 7 councillors, 3 from Hope Town, 3 from Mandalay, and 1 from Great Guanaque. During the 2008 local government elections, the council makeup was downsized to 5 councillors, with 2 for Hope Town, 2 for Mandalay, and 1 for Great Guanaque. The Hope Town District Council is an amalgamation of 13 islands: Great Guanaque, Scotland Cay, Foots Cay, Fowl Cay, Mandalay Cay, Sandy Cay, Dickies Cay, Garden Cay, Johnny's Cay, Elbow Cay, where the capital settlement Hope Town is located, Lubbers Quarters, Chilu Cay, and the Pelican Case. Redonda Beach, or Praia Redonda in Portuguese, meaning round, is a beach on the southwestern coast of Povoa de Varzim, Portugal, bordering the Atlantic Ocean. It is adjacent to Passeio Alegre, in Povoa de Varzim city centre. The Avenida dos Panos runs alongside the beach, and the Diana Bar Beach Library, a nightclub and Café Garda Sol are located on the beach. The beach has medium sand and little granitic gneiss, typical rocky outcrops on Povoa de Varzim coastline. The largest concentration is Carvalho outcrop, which serves as the north limit of the beach. Salgalira Beach is located to the north and the port of Povoa de Varzim to the south. These beaches have a specific climate, by showing low diurnal temperature variation, just 4 degrees C 39.2 degrees F. Compared with the rest of the territory, rainfall is significantly lower and solar irradiation higher. These are subject to the prevailing northern winds which arise in the summer after midday, hence mornings are significantly less windy. Demolition is the pilot episode for British sitcom The Young Ones. It was written by Ben Elton, Rick Mayall and Lisa Mayer, and directed by Paul Jackson. Although made as a pilot episode, the 5 subsequent episodes had been commissioned and recorded by the time of broadcast. So instead Demolition was promoted to the ordinary first episode of a series, and has remained as so. It was first aired on BBC Two on November 9, 1982. Prenatal cocaine exposure (PCE) theorized in the 1970s, occurs when a pregnant woman uses cocaine and thereby exposes her fetus to the drug. Crack baby was a term coined to describe children who were exposed to crack-free base cocaine in smokable form as fetuses. The concept of the crack baby emerged in the U.S. during the 1980s and 1990s in the midst of a crack epidemic. Other terms are cocaine baby and crack kid. Early studies reported that people who had been exposed to crack in utero would be severely emotionally, mentally, and physically disabled. This belief became common in the scientific and lay communities. Fears were widespread that a generation of crack babies were going to put severe strain on society and social services as they grew up. Later studies failed to substantiate the findings of earlier ones that PCE has severe disabling consequences. These earlier studies had been methodologically flawed, e.g. with small sample sizes and confounding factors. Scientists have come to understand that the findings of the early studies were vastly overstated and that most people who were exposed to cocaine in utero do not have disabilities. No specific disorders or conditions have been found to result for people whose mothers used cocaine while pregnant. Studies focusing on children of 6 years and younger have not shown any direct long-term effects of PCE on language, growth, or development as measured by test scores. PCE also appears to have little effect on infant growth. However, PCE is associated with premature birth, birth defects, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and other conditions. The effects of cocaine on a fetus are thought to be similar to those of tobacco and less severe than those of alcohol. No scientific evidence has shown the difference in harm to a fetus between crack and powder cocaine. PCE is very difficult to study because it very rarely occurs in isolation. Usually it coexists with a variety of other factors, which may confound the study's results. Thus, studies have failed to clearly show that PCE has negative cognitive effects, partly because such effects may be due to concurrent factors. Pregnant mothers who use cocaine often use other drugs in addition, or they may be malnourished and lacking in medical care. Children in households where cocaine is abused are at risk of violence and neglect, and those in foster care may experience problems due to unstable family situations. Factors such as poverty that are frequently associated with PCE have a much stronger influence on children's intellectual and academic abilities than does exposure to cocaine in isolation. Thus researchers have had difficulty in determining which effects result from PCE and which result from other factors in the children's histories. State Route 112 SR 112 is a state highway in the U.S. state of Utah. It is approximately 8.6 miles 13.8 kilometers long and connects to Ely and Grantsville into Ely County. It also provides access to the two Ely Army depots. Polyabdul is a genus of moths in the subfamily Arcturidae. Take Our Kids to Work Day, not to be confused with Take Your Twin to Work Day, is an annual career exploration event held every November, where grade 9, senior 1 Manitoba and secondary II Quebec students across Canada spend the day in the life of a working professional. Developed by the Learning Partnership, the initiative started as a one-day event for students in the Greater Toronto Area in the Canadian province of Ontario. Currently, it is a national event with more than 250,000 students, 18,000 teachers and 75,000 organizations participating each year. The next Take Our Kids to Work Day will take place on Wednesday, November 6, 2019. Students spend the day at the workplace of a parent, relative, friend or volunteer host, witnessing firsthand the world of work, prompting early career planning, and enabling students to make informed decisions about their future goals and endeavors. The event also gives parents the opportunity to discuss career prospects with their children, and allows businesses to share knowledge, experience and advice around education, career choices and relevant skills required in today's workplace. Shin kicking, also known as hacking or purin, is a combat sport that involves two contestants attempting to kick each other on the shin in order to force their opponent to the ground. It has been described as an English martial art. It originated in England in the early 17th century, and was one of the most popular events at the Cotswold Olympic Games until the Games ended in the 1850s. It also became a popular pastime among Cornish miners. In the 19th century the sport was also practiced by British immigrants to the United States. It was included in the 1951 revival of the Cotswold Olympic Games, and remains one of its most popular events, run as the World Shin-Kicking Championships. The event now draws crowds of thousands of spectators. During each round, the combatants face each other and hold on to each other's collar. Traditionally in the Cotswold Olympics they wear white coats, representing shepherd's smocks. They typically attempt to strike their opponent's shin with the inside of the foot as well as their toes. Success in the event requires both agility and the ability to endure pain, the loser crying out sufficient when he has had enough. The matches are observed by a referee, or stickler, who determines the score of the match. Modern competitions are won by the combatant who wins 2 out of 3 against his competitor. Legend has it that some shin kickers wore steel-toe boots during the competitions and tried to build pain tolerance by hitting their shins with hammers. In modern competitions the combatants are required to wear soft shoes and stuff their trouser legs with straw for padding. Ambulance crews also attend the events in case of injury. Maurice McCarthy 1881–1962 was an Irish sportsperson. The native of Castleisland, Maurice McCarthy took up employment in Tralee with a business firm. He played Gaelic football with the Tralee Mitchells and was a member of the Kerry senior inter-county team from 1902 until 1915. Having won 3 All-Ireland medals by 1910, Maurice McCarthy decided to hang up his football boots for good. But in 1913 came the Croke Memorial Final with Louth, which agitated Kerry to its depths. Maurice was recalled from retirement. Willingly he responded and capably he performed, to give Kerry one of its greatest victories, though it does not appear on the record books. He continued to play, and won another All-Ireland that year and the following. A son of Maurice's, Dan Joe, won a minor All-Ireland title with Kerry, and another son, John Mitchell, helped Longford to supreme honours in the junior grade. After the War is a novel written by author Carol Mattis. The book was published by Simon & Schuster and released in 1997. The 2004 European Open was the 2004 edition of the European Open Snooker Tournament, held from 1 to March 6, 2004, at the Hilton Conference Centre, Portomaso, Malta. It was the final year the event was known as European Open, as the event was renamed to Malta Cup in next year. Stephen Maguire defeated Jimmy Y by 9 frames to 3-9-2-3 in the final to claim his first ranking event title, transforming him from talented underachiever into a world ranking event winner according to the Times. In the semi-finals, Maguire defeated Stephen Lee and White beat Tony Drago. The tournament was the fifth of a WPBSA ranking events in the 2003-2004 season, following the Welsh Open and preceding the Irish Masters. Misheard is a village and municipality in Semily district in the Liberec region of the Czech Republic. Say Yes to the Dress is a television program with an American version and an Australian one. The UK version started on the TLC channel in 2016. In 2017, it featured the reality TV personality, Olivia Buckland. The first series was in 2016. The second series was in 2017. It is presented by Welsh fashion designer David Emanuel, who designed Princess Diana's wedding dress. Eliza Wright Macaulay 1785 1837 was an actress and socialist writer who campaigned on women's issues and financial reform. Mujagadodia is a small town located near Banjanagar of Ganj district in Orissa. It is located 89 kilometers towards north from district headquarters Chhatrapur, 159 kilometers from state capital Bhubaneswar. Gasika, Hinjilakut, Fulabani, Brampur are the nearby cities of the village. Oriya is the local language here. The nearest town Banjanagar present about 13 kilometers away from it. The main occupation of this village is agriculture. Margaret Pace Park is an 8-acre 3.2 ha urban park located in the Arts and Entertainment District and Edgewater District of Greater Downtown Miami, Florida, USA. The park is located on Biscayne Bay and has tennis courts as well as personal fitness equipment. Directly across North Bay Short Drive, 3 large condominium complexes that were built in the 2000s housing and economic bubble overlook the park. The park underwent a $4 million renovation during this time. An even larger building is under construction adjacent to the park as of 2015. The historic Miami Women's Club building is located directly to the south of the park. Matty K. Lervo-Salminen, born July 7, 1945, is a Finnish operatic bass singer, now semi-retired, who has sung at the most important opera houses of the world, including the Metropolitan and Bayreuth Festival. Salminen is distinguished by an imposing figure and height, 6'5", a cavernous, heavy, dark voice with a huge upper register and an expressive face. According to one reviewer, in his prime Salminen was simply the largest bass voice in captivity. It is not just its roar empowering over Wagner's Maximum Orchestra, but the way he carves the sonority and forms the color. Salminen has a special gift for playing menacing, threatening characters. He performed as Fafner and Hagen in the PBS video broadcasting cycle from the Metropolitan Opera, for the largest viewing audience of The Ring in history. He sang in the premiere of Salinen's Cool Indus Lear in 2000, King Lear, title role, and Jukka Linkola's Robin Hood in 2011, Sheriff. Salminen is a widely videotaped singing actor with 3 different performances as Hagen available on DVD, also 2 performances as the Commendator, several as Sarastra, 2 as Hunting and 2 as Daland. Videotaped performances and films are also available as King Philip II, the Grand Inquisitor, Seneca, Gorny Mans, Popper, Casper, Rasputin in a Finnish opera by composer Juhani Rautavaara, and Boris Godunov. Salminen was born in Turku. In his youth he earned money for voice lessons by singing Finnish tangos in nightclubs. He has published an anthology of Finnish tangos. He first caught public eye as a lucky understudy in a role of King Philip II, when he was just 24 years old. He continued performing this role until almost the end of his career. A DVD was released in 2014. At the Bayreuth Festival he first appeared in 1976 as Ticharel Parsifal, and as Hunting by Watviari and Effet das Rheingold in the Jahrhundert Centenary Ring in 1976. Celebrating the centenary of both the festival and the first performance of the complete cycle, conducted by Pierre Boulez and staged by Patricia Rose, recorded and filmed in 1979 and 1980. He continued until 1989, adding Effet Rheingold. Siegfried, Dogland der Fly Agent Hollander, King Mark Tristan und Isolde, Heinrich Lohengrin, Paulmeister Singer, Landgraf Tannhauser and Hagenkircher Dämmerung to his roles there. He made his Metropolitan Opera debut as King Mark on January 9, 1981, and performed 132 times there in several roles, until March 28, 2008. Other important roles are King Philip II Don Carlos by Giuseppe Verdi, the Grand Inquisitor in the same work, Seneca in L'Incarnazione di Poppia, Sarastro in Die Zauberflöte, the Commendatore in Don Giovanni, the title role in Boris Godunov and Prince Ivan Khovansky in Khovanshky. He also performs in sacred music and concert recitals. He gave a farewell concert at the Zviak Opera House in December of 2016. Eugenio Lazzarini, born March 26, 1945, is an Italian former Grand Prix motorcycle road racing world champion. Lazzarini began his Grand Prix career in 1969 in the 250 class on a Benelli. He won his first Grand Prix at the 1973 Dutch TD on a Maico. He captured the FIM 1978 125cc World Championship riding an MPA. He followed it up with 250cc World Championships in 1979 and 1980 riding a Chrysler. His riding career spanned 15 seasons. Curtis Michael Algier, born August 25, 1979, is a white supremacist skinhead who is being held in the Utah State Prison near Kuna, Idaho, for the murder of corrections officer Stephen Anderson. Surya Shekhar Ganguly Bengali, born February 24, 1983 in Kolkata, is an Indian chess grandmaster, 2009 Asian champion and six-time Indian champion. Ganguly became an international master at 16 and a grandmaster at 19. He worked in the team of Sikhans that assisted Anand in winning the World Championship matches against Vladimir Kramnik, Vasilin Tukalov and Gelfand in 2008, 2010 and 2012 respectively. He was awarded the Arjuna Award in 2005 for his outstanding achievement in sports. He also got the Sharabangali Award in 2009 as the Best Sportsperson of Bengal and the Kosaman Award in 2013 from the Government of West Bengal. He was awarded Bangab Hussain, the second highest civilian award of West Bengal, in 2015. Tillandsia comoropensis is a species in the genus Tillandsia. This species is endemic to Bolivia. Dhurmesvara temple located in Kondrahalli, Bangalore. Rural Hoskataluk in Bangalore is dedicated to the deity Dhurmesvara, the Hindu god Shiva. It dates back to the Kolar period 1065 AD. The temple also has 5,000 years history, and as informed by the temple in charge Mr. Manjunath, Yakshakandam of Mahabharata is believed to have taken place in this site. The temple has a pond wherein, as per the Mahabharata epic, the 4 Pandava princes died while fetching water. As per legend, Dharmaraja challenges the Yaksha and answers the 248 questions and gets the boon from Lord Yama in return, to bring back to life his 4 brothers. May We All is a song recorded by American country music group Florida Georgia Line and country music artist Tim McGraw. It is the second single from the duo's 3rd studio album, Dig Your Roots, which was released on August 26, 2016. The song was written by Rodney Clarkson and Jamie Moore. May We All was first released for sale on July 16, 2016 by Republic Nashville as an album and released as a single to radio in August. The Grove Christmas tree is an approximately 100-foot Christmas tree that is lit every year at the Grove at Farmers Market in Los Angeles, California. In 2002, It was the tallest Christmas tree in the Los Angeles area and attracted about 90,000 visitors a day during the holiday season. The proper name of Quebec City is Quebec with an acute accent in both official languages of Canada, Canadian English and Canadian French alike. This name is used by both the federal and provincial governments. The acute accent differentiates between the official English name of the city, Quebec, and the constitutional English name of the province of Quebec, spelled without any diacritics. In unofficial English texts, the accent is often dropped and Quebec is informally referred to as Quebec City. In French, names of geographical regions such as provinces and countries are typically preceded by articles, whereas city names are not unless it is part of the name, such as La Malbaie. As a result, the province is called Le Quebec in Quebec equals au Quebec, from Quebec or of Quebec equals du Quebec, while the city remains simply Quebec in Quebec City equals a Quebec, from / of Quebec City equals de Quebec. Where context requires further differentiation, words such as La Ville de Quebec and La Province du Quebec can be used, taking care not to capitalize the word ville. The name of the municipal corporate body instituted to govern Quebec is Ville de Quebec, in both English and French. This naming convention applies to all municipal corporations in a province, e.g. Ville de Montreal is the corporate body governing Montreal, etc. Thus, where Ville de is capitalized, it means the corporate body and it is not part of the toponym Montreal, Quebec, but is the incorporated name of the city. In the English section of Ville de Quebec's official website, the city is variously referred to as Quebec and Quebec City with an accent, whereas the corporate body is referred to as City of Quebec. Residents of Quebec are called, in French, Québécois male or Québécois female. To avoid confusion with Québécois / meaning an inhabitant of the province, the term Québécois / de Quebec for residents of the city is sometimes used. In English, the terms Quebecer or Quebecer and Québécois / are common. Also, Quebec City is sometimes referred to as La Capitale Nationale, the national capital. The government officially named it this way under the Union Nationale Party. The provincial administrative region where the city is situated bears the name Capitale Nationale capitalized. The word national is the adjective for the noun nation used in its normal basic sense and refers to Quebec as a nation within the country of Canada, and has no indication of sovereignty. Mulberry is the name of two census-designated places in the state of North Carolina. Mulberry, Surry County, North Carolina. Mulberry, Wilkes County, North Carolina. The National Women's Soccer League Players Association, or NWSLPA, is the association of professional National Women's Soccer League (NWSL) players who are not allocated by the United States or Canadian national teams. NANOG may refer to North American Network Operators Group homeobox protein NANOG, the transcription factor. Whiting is the all-time leading sire of Arabian racehorses. Born in Poland in 1979, Whiting was imported to the United States in 1984. He raced 19 times and earned $97,782 in US dollars. He was owned by Town and Country Farms and trained by Robert Knight. A base stallion standing 14.3 hands 59 inches, 150 centimeters. Whiting sired 498 registered foals. He is in the Arabian Horse Trust Racing Hall of Fame, and was named the 1985 International Arabian Horse Association Racehorse of the Year. Thomas Dunn C. 1708, April 30, 1786 of Fingask and Carriall, Stirlingshire, was a Scottish merchant and politician. Dunn was the oldest son of Thomas Dunn of Fingask. His father was a baillie of Edinburgh and a woolen draper in the Lucan booths. The family's lands in Perthshire were lost in the 17th century, but the baillie bought lands in Stirlingshire. Young Thomas and his brother Lawrence left their father's ailing business Thomas acting as agent for Lawrence's highly profitable business supplying the British Army. Thomas became a burgess of Edinburgh in 1734, and Deputy Lord Lion King of Arms from 1744 to 1754. In 1737, he married Anne, daughter of James Graham of Airth, the judge of the Scottish Court of Admiralty. After her death he remarried to Lady Janet Mayland, daughter of the 6th Earl of Lauderdale. They had 2 sons and 5 daughters. Dundas bought the Carrowhill estate in 1749, but his career remained dependent on his increasingly powerful younger brother, in whose interest he was elected in 1768 as the Member of Parliament MP for Orkney and Shetland. He held the seat until December 1770, when he was appointed as a police commissioner, and in 1771 his oldest son Thomas was returned as MP in his place. The younger Thomas went on to become a notable general in the British Army, serving briefly as governor of Guadeloupe before his early death. The other son, Charles Dundas, was an MP for nearly 50 years before being ennobled as Baron Amesbury. Memorial is the second episode of The Vampire Diaries' 4th season, premiering October 18, 2012 on the CW. The Ziauddin University Urdu, abbreviated as ZU, is a private university located in Karachi, Sindh, Pakistan. The university is named after the educationist Ziauddin Ahmad. Founded in 1995 by the Ziauddin Group, who also managed its research and financial funding. It is one of the premium institutions of higher education, with a strong emphasis on medical, health and biomedical engineering. The university offers undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Due to its health research, it consistently maintained its high-ranking position and currently placed as one of the top institutions in medical category by the HEC. In addition, its faculty and the university itself has taken initiatives to improve the healthcare system of Pakistan. Federation X or Federal X is an American rock band, originally formed in Bellingham, Washington, though it now shares members between Bellingham, Seattle, and New York, New York. Founded by Bent Wildenhaus guitar, Bill Badgley guitar, vocals and both boy drums in 1998. The band has toured the U.S. and has had European tours. Johann Weitel, born 1904, date of death unknown, was a Swiss boxer. He competed in the men's bantamweight event at the 1924 Summer Olympics. The bauxite of Cornet is a geological formation in Romania whose strata date back to the early Cretaceous. Dinosaur remains are among the fossils that have been recovered from the formation. Wendy. Every Which Way is an action platform video game published by TDK Mediactive and developed by Way4Word Technologies for the Game Boy Color in 2001. The game centers on Wendy, the good little witch from the Casper the Friendly Ghost series. Wendy accidentally opens her aunt's chest containing magical stones, which upset the gravity of a floating castle that crashes on her house. The player controls Wendy through 4 worlds with 16 levels, with each world having 3 side-scrolling levels and 1 horizontal shooter stage. Inserting the game in the Game Boy Advance unlocks a new world exclusive to the console. The game was conceived as a tie-in for a planned reboot animated series. It received generally positive reviews from video game critics, praising it for its originality but received criticism for its short length. Way4Word's Matt Bozon would later take inspiration from Wendy, Every Which Way for their 2009 game Mighty Flip Champs. Lydia Lucy White, born July 9, 1993, from Essex, is an English singer and television personality. She has featured in many acts with Will.I.Am and other musicians. In 2013, she featured in the 10th series of The X Factor, where was mentored by Nicole Scherzinger. She reached the 6-chair challenge. In 2016, she reached the final of the 5th series of The Voice UK and was mentored by Will.I.Am. The Golden Chance is a 1915 American drama film directed by Cecil B. DeMille. The print of the film survives at George Eastman House. DeMille remade the film in 1921 as Forbidden Fruit. The classification of instructional programs (CAP) is a taxonomy of academic disciplines at institutions of higher education in the United States and Canada. The CAP was originally developed by the National Center for Education Statistics (NCS) of the United States Department of Education in 1980 and was revised in 1985, 1990, 2000 and 2010. The 2010 edition CAP 2010 is the fourth and current revision of the taxonomy. Instructional programs are classified by a 6-digit CAP at the most granular level and are classified according to the 2-digit and 4-digit prefixes of the code. For example, Forensic Science and Technology has the 6-digit code 43.0106, which places it in Criminal Justice and Corrections 43.01 and Homeland Security, Law Enforcement, Firefighting and Related Protective Services 2-digit CAP 43. C. Russell Feldman 1898, Greenwich, Connecticut, December 13, 1973 was an American businessman who in the 1930s built up a large conglomerate based on automobile radios. His first company, Wind and Engine Company, was sold to Alfred P. Sloan and later became the diesel division of General Motors Corporation. His second company, Automobile Radio Corporation, grew into National Union Electric Corporation, which included non-automobile divisions including Eureka Williams Company, Emerson Quiet Cool, and Natco Plastics and Advanced Science. The two Bundesliga SVD was the second highest level of the West German football league system in the south of West Germany from its introduction in 1974 until the formation of the single Division II Bundesliga in 1981. It covered the southern states of Saarland, Rhineland-Pfalz, Baden-Württemberg, Hesse and Bavaria. While We're Up was an American acoustic rock band from Tempe, Arizona, formed in 2010. The band consisted of vocalists and multi-instrumentalists Zach Booher and Steven Rauch. While We're Up has released one album, Every Moment, which was self-produced with Adam Teller of Avalon Studios as co-producer. On July 8, 2012, while traveling alongside the Vans Warped Tour 2012, the band's vehicle blew a tire, causing the driver to lose control of the car. This resulted in a rollover. Zach Booher was pronounced dead on the scene, and Steven Rauch sustained serious injuries, though he is not in life-threatening condition. The public should be informed in the next couple of days while the accident is under investigation. Shame on You to Keep My Love From Me is a song written and performed by Andrea Corrects for her debut solo album 10 Feet High 2007. It is an anti-war protest song written from the viewpoint of a female whose partner has gone off to war. The song was released as the album's first single in June 2007 to positive reviews from music critics. Tubinan-SC Arabic, sometimes Tubinan-SC, is a Lebanese sports club most known for its basketball program. It originates in Tubinan, Tyre District, Lebanon. Tubinan-SC basketball team is part of the Lebanese Basketball League in Division E after quickly ascending the 4th divisions in the league and presently the only team representing South Governorate of Lebanon in the top league. It plays its home games in the Site Sportive Indoor Stadium in the Beirut's southern suburbs. Tubinan-SC withdrew from the Division B in the 2009-10 season. The team is relegated along with Blue Stars Lebanon, who withdrew also to Division 1. They promised a triumphant return to the Division B in the 2011-2012. To B9's manager, Ramita was promised to build a strong team. With the help of returning champion Budih Suede, it is most probable they will manage to beat AAM ship to first place. After World War II, Sweden considered building nuclear weapons to defend themselves against an offensive assault from the Soviet Union. From 1945 to 1972, the government ran a clandestine nuclear weapons program under the guise of civilian defense research at the Swedish National Defense Research Institute (FOA). By the late 1950s, the work had reached the point where underground testing was feasible. However, at this time the Riksdag prohibited research and development of nuclear weapons, pledging that research should be done only for the purpose of defense against nuclear attack. They reserved the right to continue development of offensive weapons in the future. The option to continue development of weapons was abandoned in 1966, and Sweden's subsequent signing of the Non-Proliferation Treaty (NPT) in 1968 began the wind-down of the program, which finally concluded in 1972. Stuyvesant Street is one of the oldest streets in the New York City borough of Manhattan. It runs diagonally from 9th Street at 3rd Avenue to 10th Street near 2nd Avenue, all within the East Village, Manhattan neighborhood. The majority of the street is included in the St. Mark's Historic District. Although the street runs diagonally in relation to the Manhattan Street grid, geographically it is one of the few true east-west streets in Manhattan, since most of the grid runs southeast-northwest at a 28.9-degree offset. It is a one-way street, running eastbound. Oshibidani Station. Oshibidani-iki is a railway station in Nishiku, Kobe, Hyogo Prefecture, Japan. Frank Thomas Perfect, March 9, 1915, July 17, 1977 was an English professional footballer who played as a full-back for various clubs, including Mansfield Town, Tranmere Rovers and Southampton in the 1930s. Duke Xiang may refer to these rulers from ancient China. Duke Xiang of Chen fluid 10th century BC. Duke Xiang of Qin died 766 BC. Duke Xiang of Qi died 686 BC. Duke Xiang of Song died 637 BC. Duke Xiang of Jin died 621 BC. Grodsisko Grdisк is a village in the administrative district of Jiminsu-Gialo-do. within Sokolka County, Podlaskie Voivodeship, in northeastern Poland, close to the border with Belarus. Abigail Fisher is an American mezzo-soprano. Fisher is known for her commitment to contemporary music, having premiered works by composers Missy Mazzoli, John Zorn, Nick O'Malley and Elliot Carter. She performed a role of Mrs. X in the world premiere of Angel's Bone, winner of the 2017 Pulitzer Prize for Music by composer Dune and librettist Royce Vaughan. The Capitolare di Villas is a text composed in C771-800 that guided the governance of the royal estates during the later years of the reign of Charlemagne. C76881. It lists, in no particular order, a series of rules and regulations on how to manage the lands, animals, justice, and overall administration of the king's property and assets. The document was meant to lay out the instructions and criteria for managing Charlemagne's estates and was thus an important part of his reform of Carolingian government and administration. Prairieville Township is an inactive township in Pike County, in the U.S. state of Missouri. Prairieville Township was erected in 1870, taking its name from the community of Prairieville, Missouri. William Pilkington, June 2, 1894, March 26, 1977, also known as William Pilkington and Billy Pilkington, served in the Irish Republican Army (IRA) during the Irish War of Independence. Pilkington served the IRA as General Officer Commanding GOC of the 3rd Western Division IRA from 1921 to 1923. After the conclusion of the Irish War of Independence, Pilkington joined the anti-treaty IRA during the Irish Civil War. He attempted to become a politician for a short while, but was ultimately unsuccessful. Disillusioned due to the Irish Civil War, Pilkington became a Catholic priest for the remainder of his life. He served as a priest in South Africa and Wales before retiring to Liverpool, England, where he died. The Audition is a demo album by American singer and songwriter Janelle Monáe, self-released and self-financed in 2003. Some versions of the album were later entitled Metropolis.0. The album features 13 songs and one instrumental, I Won't Let Go. Before signing with Bad Boy Records, she distributed the album independently under the Wonderland Arts Society label, out of the Atlanta boarding house she was living in at the time. There are fewer than 500 physical copies in existence. The album features a cover of the song Time Will Reveal by DeBarge, which was later featured along with Let It Go on the Purple Ribbon All-Stars 2005 studio album Gut Perp. Volume 2. Vera Cornish was a British stage and film actress. Vitrol is the largest glass producer in Mexico and one of the world's main organizations in its industry. Founded in 1909 in Monterrey, Mexico, this corporation has 30 subsidiaries in Mexico, the United States, Brazil, Colombia, Bolivia, Costa Rica, Guatemala and Panama. Its companies produce, distribute, and market a wide range of glass articles, which are part of the daily life of millions of people in 34 countries in the Americas, Europe and Asia. It was founded by Roberto Sadamugarza in 1909. It's one of the world's largest glass producers. In 2015 it sold its part of glass bottles to Owens, Illinois for $2.150 million. Vitrol now focuses in producing plain glass. Herc Gundry Stroud, July 11, 1904 – August 14, 1944 was an English first-class cricketer active 1929–33 who played for Surrey. He was born in Caterham, died in Farnham. Mount Hombo 77 degrees 20 S 86 degrees 35 W is a mountain, 1,730 meters 5,680 feet high, standing 1 nautical mile 2 kilometers north of Mount Liavogue and 7 nautical miles 13 kilometers northwest of Mount Weems near the extreme north end of the Sentinel Range in the Ellsworth Mountains of Antarctica. It was discovered by Lincoln Ellsworth on his trans-Antarctic flight of November 23, 1935, and was named by the Advisory Committee on Antarctic Names for Dr. Jürgen Hombo, the meteorologist on Ellsworth's Antarctic expedition of 1933–34. Batallón de Voluntarios Rebriados de Buenos Aires was a 19th-century Argentine military unit. It was a special unit of the Federal Party of active participation during the Argentine Civil Wars. Johann Francisca German pronunciation. Johann F. Anske September 23, 1791, August 26, 1865 was a German astronomer. Among his activities, he worked on the calculation of the periods of comets and asteroids, measured the distance from the Earth to the Sun, and made observations of the planet Saturn. LVBBC is a lake in Brandenburg, Germany, located in the town of Templin. Its surface area is 3 kilometers superscript 2. The Henri Dubray was a French automobile manufactured only in 1901. The product of Paris, the 5-seat three-seater Voiturette was known for its softness in rolling. Ludovic is a given name and has also been a surname. Notable people with the name include Deepak Jethagapakat Jahia is an Indian actor in several Bollywood films and Indian TV series. He is also a voice dubbing actor who dubs foreign media in Hindi. Deepak Jethak played a role of Jarnail Singh Bindranwale in Pradhanmantri in 2013. Vincenzo Sabatini died 1526, was a Roman Catholic prelate who served as Bishop of Volterra e Montecorvino 1519–1526. William Henry Brett, Baron Brett, March 6, 1942, March 29, 2012, was a British Labour politician and trade unionist. He was previously the Labour Party's spokesperson when Labour entered opposition for international development. Born in Heywood in Lancashire, the son of William and Mary Brett, was educated in Radcliffe Technical College in Radcliffe, near Bury. From 1958 to 1964, he worked for British Railways. From 1965 to 1967, he was administrative assistant for Transport Salaried Staffs Association, and from 1966 to 1968 Northwest Organizer for National Union of Bank Employees. Between 1968 and 1974, Brett was divisional officer for the Association of Scientific, Technical and Managerial Staffs. For the Institution of Professionals, Managers and Specialists, he was Assistant General Secretary from 1980 to 1989 and General Secretary from 1989 to 1999. Also from 1989 to 1999, he was a member of the Executive Committee for the Public Services International and of the General Council of the Trades Union Congress TUC. Between 1992 and 2003, Brett was member, vice chairman, chair of the worker group and chair of the governing body of the International Labour Office ILO in Geneva. From 2004, he was director of the ILO in the United Kingdom and Ireland, although the ILO office in London has recently closed down. He was further a member of the Association of Professional, Executive, Clerical and Computer Staff APEX from 1960 to 1999. On July 28, 1999, he was made a life peer with the title Baron Brett, of Lydd in the county of Kent. Brett married firstly Jean Valerie Cooper in 1961. Divorced in 1986. He married secondly Janet Winters in 1994. Divorced 2006. He had a son, Martin, and a daughter, Claire, by his first wife, and two daughters, Judith and Hannah, by his second wife. Lord Brett died on March 29, 2012 after a long illness. Eucalyptus diversicolor, commonly known as the carry, is a eucalypt native to the wetter regions of southwestern Western Australia. The Kuwaiti nationality law restricts expats from easily becoming citizens of the state of Kuwait. The Kuwaiti nationality law is old and a decree was first passed in 1920, then in 1959. An Amiri decree was passed later in 1960, and from the 1970s the nationality law became restrictive. The number of amendments were made in 1980, 1982, 1994, 1998, 2000. Amendments were made in 1987 but were rejected by the Assembly. There were also proposals in 2006 but the parliament which proposed it dissolved. Kuwait has more than 300 non-Muslim citizens, mostly Christians and Baha'is. In 1982, the parliament amended the constitution to bar non-Muslims from naturalization. Kuwait plans to change their nationality law to allow non-Muslims to become citizens. The late MP Nabil Al-Fadhel submitted an inquiry to the Constitutional Court questioning the constitutionality of barring non-Muslims from obtaining the Kuwaiti nationality. The most recent proposal was made by MP Saleh Ashour, who suggested to cancel Item 5 of Article 4 of the Constitution. The Ministry of Interior is only permitted to grant citizenship to 4,000 foreigners annually. Kandaro Wada Kandaro, born June 28, 1996, is a Japanese football player. He plays for Gambia Osaka. Karen Burns may refer to. Karen Rami Burns died 2012. American forensic anthropologist Karen Burns, academic, born 1962, architectural historian and theorist. Keep Pushin' On is the second single by English rock band Yeti. It reached number 57 in the UK singles chart. All 3 tracks from the single are included on the singles compilation Hume, released only in Japan in 2007. B-side, In Like With You, was included on their debut album, The Legend of Yeti Gonzalez, from 2008. WRNQ 92.1 FM. Q92 is an adult contemporary radio station licensed to Poughkeepsie, New York, and serving the Mid-Hudson Valley of New York State. The station is owned by Heart Media, Incorporated, and broadcasts with 520 watts ERP from the Illinois Mountain Master Tower in Highland, New York, to which it moved in 2000. Unlike other Class A stations on that tower, WRNQ's signal is directional to protect first adjacents WNYL New York City and WFLE Troy. A variation of WRNQ's format, without the simulcast and with different jocks, is broadcast on 98.5 WCTW Catskill, New York. From March 2005 until November 2006, WRNQ's format and programming is shadow-costed on 99.3 WFKT Ellenville, New York, which aired the same air talent as WRNQ and simulcasted WRNQ's Joe Daly in the morning. Francisco de Miranda is one of the 21 municipios that makes up the eastern Venezuelan state of Anzoátegui, and, according to the 2011 census by the National Institute of Statistics of Venezuela, the municipality has a population of 43,173. The town of Pariaguán is the shire town of the Francisco de Miranda municipality. Tillyar Lake Hindi is one of the major tourist attractions in the Indian state of Haryana. It is 70 kilometers from New Delhi on the Delhi-Fazilka Highway and is located close to the city of Rohtak in Haryana. The Tillyar Lake is only 42 kilometers from Delhi border, and Tillyar Zoo at Rohtak is well maintained. Entry fee INR 10, adults INR 5, kids, and worth visiting especially for families. Fishing is permissible at Tillyar Lake after paying INR 200 fishing fee. The lake lies in a 132-acre (0.53 kilometers) 2 area and forms an integral part of the tourist setup, making it one of the greenest stretches in the adjoining area. The spacious lawns and the scenery on view make this resort a great place to relax, and people visit from as far away as Mumbai. It is also an excellent spot for watching the variety of birds that flock on the little island located in the middle of the lake. Entry to Tillyar Lake is free. The lake complex also houses Rohtak Zoo. Kalab Reservoir is a reservoir in southern Utah on Kalab Mountain, created by the 1956 Kalab Creek Dam. There are 2 entrances to Kalab. One is in the town of Virgin and the other is near Cedar City, Utah. In the winter the reservoir is only accessible by snowmobile. The reservoir is surrounded by private land, so camping is only allowed near the lake. There are fences marking the start of private land on almost all shores of the reservoir. One can fish the reservoir, but there are special regulations. The smallmouth bass Micropterus dolomu is a species of freshwater fish in the sunfish family Centrarchidae of the order Perciformes. It is the type species of its genus. One of the black basses, it is a popular game fish sought by anglers throughout the temperate zones of North America, and has been spread by stocking as well as illegal introductions to many cool water tributaries and lakes in Canada and more so introduced in the United States. The maximum recorded size is approximately 27 inches and 12 pounds. The smallmouth bass is native to the upper and middle Mississippi River Basin, the St. Lawrence River Great Lakes system, and up into the Hudson Bay Basin. Its common names include smallmouth, bronzeback, brown bass, brownie, smallie, bronze bass, and bareback bass. Rockletnikawise Arkitnit Savj is a village in the administrative district of Gmenswitsibnia, within Brodnica County, Kwiatkowicz Voivodeship, in north-central Poland. Trapped by Boston Blackie is a 1948 American crime drama directed by Seymour Friedman. It is the 13th of 14 Columbia Pictures films starring Chester Morris as reformed crook Boston Blackie, and the final film with Georgie Stone as the runt. SUD Department. Originally SUD, the ST Department was one of the original 4 departments of Ivory Coast. It was established in 1961, along with Center Department, Nord Department, and SUD West Department. During SUD Department's existence, departments were the first-level administrative subdivisions of Ivory Coast. The department was established as SUD, the ST Department. Using current boundaries as a reference, the territory of SUD, the ST Department, was composed of Abidjan Autonomous District, Como District, Djibacal Region, Lagoons District, Lo-Dji Region, San Pedro Region, and Zanzan District. In 1963, the ST Department was created by dividing SUD, the ST Department. As a result of this division, SUD, the ST Department was renamed SUD Department. Using current boundaries as a reference, the territory of SUD Department was composed of Abidjan Autonomous District, Djibacal Region, Lagoons District, Lo-Dji Region, San Pedro Region, and SUD Como Region. In 1969, SUD Department and the other 5 existing departments of the country were abolished and replaced with 24 new departments. The territory of SUD Department became the new departments of Abidjan, Aboizo, Edzopes, Bagbaville, Devo, and Sassandra. McConnell Arena is an ice hockey arena located on the corner of Pine Avenue and Park Avenue in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. The arena is owned and operated by McGill University, and is the home to the McGill Redmond men's and McGill Martletts women's ice hockey teams. The ice surface is the standard North American size, 61 meters 200 feet long by 26 meters 85 feet wide. Since an expansion in 2004, the arena has a capacity of 1,600 people. Doug Henwood, born December 7, 1952, is an American journalist, economic analyst, and financial trader who writes frequently about economic affairs. He publishes a newsletter, Left Business Observer, that analyzes economics and politics from a left-wing perspective. His co-owner and co-editor, along with Philippa Dunn, of the Licio Report, an independent newsletter focusing on macroeconomic analysis, and is a contributing editor at The Nation. Moster, born April 10, 1992, is an Australian professional racing driver competing in the Virgin Australia Supercars Championship. He currently drives the number 55 Ford Mustang GT for Tickford Racing. Moster was the winner of the 2014 Bathurst 1000 with Paul Morris and has also previously won the 2010 Australian Formula 4 Championship. The Claremont Historic District is a National Historic District located in Arlington County, Virginia. It contains 253 contributing buildings in a residential neighborhood in southwestern Arlington. The area was developed initially between 1946 and 1949, of two-story colonial revival-style houses and one-half-story Cape Cod-style houses. In 1954, 36 ranch-style houses were added. It was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2006. Jukashi Yagi Jukashi. February 9, 1898. October 26, 1927 was a Japanese poet active in the late Taisho period and for the first few years of the Showa period, who focus on modern religious themes. Rev. Robert Scott Milne FRSC FSSA FSA BCL April 2, 1854, November 23, 1920 was an English vicar, antiquarian and historical author. Patricia Tricia Ann Cotham, born 1978, is a former member of the North Carolina House of Representatives from the 100th District, Mecklenburg County, and congressional candidate. In March 2007, she was appointed by Governor Mike Easley, upon the recommendation of local Democratic Party leaders, to replace State Representative James B. Black, who had resigned. At 28 years old, Cotham became the youngest member of the 2007 to 2008 session of the state legislature and the youngest woman to ever serve in the NC House of Representatives. Cotham served as co-chair of the House's K-12 Education Subcommittee from 2008 to 2010. In 2008, she was named UNC Chapel Hill's School of Education's Young Alumna of the Year, and the North Carolina Association of Educators NCAE graded Cotham an A+ legislator. Prior to serving in the legislature, Cotham began her first year of classroom teaching in 2001, where she taught social studies and was named Most Outstanding First-Year Middle School Teacher of the East Region of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District. She started her first year as an assistant principal at East Mecklenburg High School in the fall of 2006 and was appointed to the legislature in March 2007. Cotham chose not to run for re-election in 2016. She later said she would consider running for the U.S. House of Representatives in the newly redrawn 12th Congressional District. Cottom filed to run for the seat on March 21, 2016, but lost the primary to incumbent Congresswoman Alma Adams. Jacqueline Lawrence may refer to Jackie Lawrence, politician born 1948, British politician Jacqueline Lawrence, canoeist born 1982, Australian slalom canoeist. M001 Mac Russian, literally sword, is a Russian former USSR all-weather multi-mode airborne radar developed by the Tkh Scientific Research Institute of Instrument Design and IIP for the Su-27 multi-role combat aircraft. Japan. Lutheran College Rutarugoku in Daigaku is a private university in Mitaka, Tokyo, Japan. The predecessor of the school was founded 1909 in Kumamoto. It was chartered as a university in 1964. The present name was adopted in 1996. Ramon Tapia Espinal, March 29, 1926. March 24, 2002, was a lawyer and political figure from the Dominican Republic. He served as Secretary of Industry and Commerce and Secretary of State for President Rafael Bonelli during the Council of State 1961–1963, which succeeded the overthrow of the dictator Rafael Leonidas Trujillo in 1961. Espinal was born in La Vega Province. After his time in Bonelli's government, he served as a member of the Triumvirate, the three-man civilian executive committee established by the military after the overthrow of President Juan Bosch in 1963, originally with Emilio de los Santos and Manuel Enrique Tavares Espaillat, and later with Donald Reed Cabral and Espaillat. He resigned from the Triumvirate in 1964 and was succeeded by Ramon Caceres Troncoso. In 1987 he was selected by President Joaquin Balaguer to represent the Dominican government in prosecuting ex-president Salvador Jorge Blanco on corruption charges. In 1988, Salvador Jorge Blanco was found guilty in absentia of corruption, sentenced to a 20-year prison sentence, and ordered, along with his associates, to pay fines totaling up to $17.3 million. The verdict marked the first time a Dominican head of state had been convicted of corruption. In 1997 he was selected by Rumbo magazine as one of the 25 most powerful and influential people in the Dominican Republic. He died in Santo Domingo and was buried on March 26, 2002, at Christ the Redeemer Cemetery, where his eulogy was read by the Dominican lawyer, Moreno Vinicio Vincho Castillo Rodriguez. Joseph Gustav Jacques Darrell-Whiteys, March 18, 1862. Leech, July 5, 1945. Leech was a Belgian mathematician, known as a pioneer of group representation theory. He received his doctorate in 1883 from the University of Liège and was appointed there as assistant to Louis Perard in experimental physics. Darrell-Whiteys joined the academic staff in mathematics and was appointed in 1883 a professor of geometry at the University of Liège, where he remained until retirement as professor emeritus. He published in 1892 a treatise essay on théorie générale des formes algébriques, which was pioneering research in the representation theory of linear groups and algebraic groups. He was an invited speaker of the ICM with talk sur la théorie algébrique des formes de séries d'n variables in 1920 at Strasbourg. Mark Nielsen, born 1964, is an American business executive, former elected official, and attorney. Nielsen's current position is Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer of Frontier Communications Corporation NASDAQ, FDR, at the company's headquarters in Norwalk, Connecticut. With 2017 revenues of $9.1 billion, Frontier is America's fourth-largest ILEC telephone company, providing wireline voice, data and video services in 29 states. Nielsen started his legal career in 1990 as an associate lawyer at the Hartford law firm of Murtha, Cullinane, Richter and Pini, concentrating on federal and state litigation. Nielsen's public roles have included Republican State Representative in Connecticut 1992 to 1994, Republican State Senator in Connecticut 1994 to 1998, and staff member to Mitt Romney when Romney was governor of Massachusetts. Nielsen served as Romney's chief legal counsel from 2004 to 2006. And his chief of staff from 2006 to 2007, succeeding Beth Myers in that position. In his public roles, Nielsen earned a reputation for being fair-minded and willing to work across party lines. In his memoir, In My Time, Vice President Dick Cheney acknowledges that he was initially angered by Nielsen's favorable comments about Cheney's opponent in the 2000 election, Senator Joe Lieberman, but that, upon reflection, he couldn't disagree with what Nielsen had said about Lieberman. Nielsen is a graduate of Harvard College and Harvard Law School. His brother Stephen Nielsen is CEO of Dicom Industries, Incorporated Nice Dysprosium. Didier Bourdon French pronunciation. Bushels D. Born January 23, 1959 is a French Algerian-born actor, screenwriter and film director. He first reached stardom in France when he created the comedic trio Les Inconnus with Bernard Campan and Pascal Legitimus, which was very popular throughout the 1990s. Here We Go is a song recorded by American rapper Trina. Built around a sample from Force MDS's Tender Love 1985, it was produced by Jim Johnson for her third album Glamorous Life 2005 and features guest vocals by R&B singer Kelly Rowland. The song was released on September 23, 2005 as the album's second single and became Trina's first solo top 20 hit on the US Billboard Hot 100. Elsewhere released in April 2006, Here We Go also saw success in the UK and New Zealand, reaching number 15 in both countries. In the United States, the song was certified gold by the Recording Industry Association of America (RIAA) in 2006 for selling over 500,000 copies. Trina included the official remix version of the song on her mixtape Rockstar, The Baddest Bitch Reloaded, with a new verse from herself as well as a verse from Lil Wayne. Hour was a performance by Jean-Michel Jarre. Jarre became the youngest musician to see one of his works played at the Paris Opera, at its reopening on October 21, 1971. The reopening consisted of 3 ballets. The first and third ballet were set to classical music. Hour, the second ballet that night, was completely electronic. It was the first time that electronic music had been allowed to be used. Jarre even had to paint the speakers of his synthesizers gold to match the decor of the opera house. There he performed with the Paris Opera Ballet, choreographer Norbert Schmucke and musician Igor Watvich, who co-wrote the music. Jarre composed the music for 2 additional ballets, Le Labyrinth 1972 and Dorian the Pas de Deux 1973, but it is currently unknown if he performed them as well. Katie McDonnell is an American screenwriter and filmmaker. She is the creator of the show Fabulous, winner of Outstanding Theme Song and Comedy Ensemble at the Los Angeles Web Series Festival in 2012. Leah's feature film The Execution of Julie Ann Mabry won several awards, including the Women in Film and Television Award, the Christopher Award, and the Best Narrative Feature at the LA Film Festival. She also co-produced the original musical track Coming Home, written by Jeremy Joyce and performed by Sharon Van Etten. Lee is the founder and developer of the GLBT History Collection at Indiana University South Bend, one of only 3 GLBT collections in the state of Indiana. The collection covers the roots of GLBT activism in South Bend, Indiana through personal items, letters and oral histories. Rouvres may refer to several communes in France. Rouvres, Calvados. In the Calvados department Rouvres. Eure-et-Loire. In the Eure-et-Loire department Rouvres. Seine-et-Marne. In the Seine-et-Marne department Rouvres and Multienne. In the Oise department Rouvres and Plaine. In the Côte d'Or department Rouvres and Wafra. In the Meuse department Rouvres and Haintois. In the Vosges department Rouvres La Chautive. In the Vosges department Rouvres Le Bois. In the Indre department Rouvres La Vigneuse. In the Aube department Rouvres Saint-Jean. In the Loire department Rouvres Sous-Méaulais. In the Côte d'Or department Rouvres Sur-Aube. In the Haute-Marne department. The XXXXI Reserve Corps German XXXXI Reserve Corps /XXXXIRK was a corps-level command of the German Army in World War I. Docparu is a village in the commune of Parakou in the Borgou department of central eastern Benin. It is located northeast of the city center. Barkston Railway Station is a former station serving the village of Barkston, Lincolnshire. It was on the Great Northern Railway main line near to the now realigned Allington Cord junction with the lines to Sleaford and Lincoln. The station was closed in 1955 and has been demolished, leaving no trace today of its existence. Syringeophyllum, occasionally known as Syringeophilus, is a species of terrestrial gastropod in the family Sirenidae, endemic to Morales Beach, Cuba. G Magazine is a bi-monthly Australian consumer sustainability magazine, published in Sydney. The first issue of G Magazine went on sale in November 2006, and G Online went live in September 2008. The publication was launched and published by Buna Media, and purchased by Next Media, previously Wolseley Media, in January 2009. Editorial advisors include Sir Richard Branson, British entrepreneur, Patrice Newell, author and former TV presenter, Nick Rowley, the former climate change advisor to Tony Blair, John D., founder and chairman of the Australian advocacy organisation Do Something, and co-founder of Planet Ark, and Maria Atkinson, co-founder of the Green Building Council and global head of sustainability for Lend-Lease. SV Zin, an important case in South African criminal law, was heard in the Appellate Division by Stein C.J., Ogle v. Thompson G.A. and Rumpetfecht G.A. on March 21, 1969, with judgment handed down on March 31. H. Snitcher QC appeared for the appellant. For the state, A.J. Lategan. The case is most often cited for its provision of a basic triad of sentencing considerations: the crime, the criminal and the interests of society. Leopoldo Galafs Mingus, September 4, 1962 in Arnedo, August 1, 2008 in Madrid, was a Spanish writer, poet and editor. He was the grandnephew of Leopoldo Clarin. He studied in Italian philology, and was one of the most important authors of homosexual literature in Spain. Between 1987 and 1992 he directed Cines magazine, which he founded together with Louis Cremades and Daniel Garbade, publishing important poetry by Raphael Alberti, Rainer Maria Rilke, Vicente Molina Foix. Since 1986 he had written numerous articles for magazines and newspapers. Acrocercops retrogressa is a moth of the family Gracilariidae. It is known from Queensland and South Australia. People may refer to the Old High School of Music Bulgarian. Stora Muzicalna Gimnasia is a currently abandoned historic building in Ruse, Bulgaria, located at 33 Borisova Street, which is to become a private cultural and arts center. The building was constructed in 1900 to 1901 by Ruse's Protestant community to be used by the German Protestant school, as well as to accommodate its boarding house, kindergarten and orphanage. Funds a total of 320,000 German gold marks were secured by the local pastor Theodor Wandemann. The four-story edifice was designed by the architect Udo Rebout and the construction was supervised by the engineers Todorton and Merbach. The architectural style is eclectic, combining neoclassical and Gothic revival elements and Northern European influences. The German school was inaugurated on October 5, 1905 and declared a secondary school of business by the Bulgarian Ministry of Economy in 1909. It was attended not only by the city's German colony, but also by the children of eminent local merchant families. During World War I, on September 28, 1918, the school, as German property, was confiscated by the Bulgarian authorities. Although it was damaged by Romanian shell fire, it was reconstructed after the war and consecutively accommodated the French Street Joseph School for Boys. the Peter Barrett Junior High School since 1935, the State University of Technology, University of Bruges, and the school of the local farming machinery factory, the former Imvelo Hop Factory. After that, it began to be used by Bruges High School of Music. In 1973, it was declared a monument of culture. Severely damaged by the 1977 Bucharest earthquake, although it was reinforced, the edifice was subsequently abandoned in disrepair until it was acquired by auction by the Bibokov brothers in April 2007. The two brothers are to invest €1 million in the building's reconstruction and are obliged to convert it into a cultural and arts center. In 2017, renovation started to convert the building into a private museum. Directly next to the old school is Bruges Baptist Church. The 1981 FA Cup final was the 100th final of the FA Cup, and was contested by Tottenham Hotspur and Manchester City. The original match took place on Saturday, May 9, 1981 at Wembley, and finished 1-1 after extra time. Tommy Hutchison opened the scoring for City in the 30th minute. but scored an own goal in the 79th minute to bring Spurs level. The replay took place 5 days later on Thursday, May 14, 1981, and was the first replay since 1970 and the first to be staged at Wembley. Ricky Villa opened the scoring for Spurs in the 8th minute, before Steve McKenzie equalized for City 3 minutes later. A Kevin Rees penalty 5 minutes into the second half put the Manchester side ahead, before Garth Crooks brought Spurs level again in the 78th minute. Then, in the 76th minute, Tony Galvin passed to Villa 30 yards from City's goal, and the Argentinian proceeded to skip past 4 defenders before slotting the ball past City goalkeeper Joe Corrigan. This goal was voted Wembley Goal of the Century in 2001, and it won Tottenham the match, 3-2, and the FA Cup for the 6th time. Cults railway station was opened on September 8, 1853 by the Deeside Railway and served part of Cults with mansion houses such as Southfield, Wellwood, Woodbonk, Finchgirth, Drumgarth and Norwood nearby. The Deeside Railway Station was replaced in 1855 by a new USR that remained open, despite the 1937 closure of many other stations on the Aberdeen suburban service, until 1966 as an intermediate station on the Deeside Railway that ran from Aberdeen joint to Ballater. Cults is located in the parish of Peterculture, Aberdeenshire, Scotland. Neocolarize conspica is a species of ground beetle in the genus Neocolarize in the family Carabidae. It was described by Navy as in 1994. The Hemlock Society, sometimes called Hemlock Society USA, was an American right-to-die and assisted suicide advocacy organization which existed from 1980 to 2003. It was co-founded in Santa Monica, California by British author and activist Derek Humphrey, his wife and Wicket Humphrey (1942–1991) and Gerald Baileru. It relocated to Oregon in 1988 and, according to Humphrey, had several homes over its life. The group took its name from Conium maculatum, a highly poisonous biennial herbaceous flowering plant in the carrot family. The choice of the name is a direct reference to the method by which the Athenian philosopher Socrates took his life in 399 BC as described in Plato's Phaedo. It is not a first-hand account. The alleged event was told to Plato by one of Socrates' students, Phaedo of Elis. The Hemlock Society's primary missions included providing information to the dying and supporting legislation permitting physician-assisted suicide. Its motto was Good Life, Good Death. In 2003, the national organization renamed itself End of Life Choices. In 2007, they merged with the Compassion in Dying Federation to become Compassion and Choices. In 2004, some former members of the Hemlock Society, notably Derek Humphrey and Faye Gersh, founded the Final Exit Network. It took its name from Humphrey's 1991 book of the same name. Several local and state organizations have adopted and retained the Hemlock Society name, including Florida and San Diego, California. Others, such as the Hemlock Society of Illinois, now Final Options Illinois, have changed their names. Fleming Davis Flem Sampson January 23, 1875, May 25, 1967 was the 42nd Governor of Kentucky, serving from 1927 to 1931. He graduated from Valparaiso University in 1894, and opened the law practice in Barberville, Kentucky. He formed the political alliance with future Representatives Caleb Powers and John Robson, both prominent Republicans in the eastern part of the state. By 1916, he was serving on the Kentucky Court of Appeals, the state's highest court, and had previously served as a county judge and circuit court judge. In 1923, he was elevated to Chief Justice of the Court of Appeals. He served until 1927, when he became the Republican gubernatorial nominee. The Democrats nominated former Governor and Senator J.C.W. Beckham to challenge Sampson. The primary issue in the campaign was whether to outlaw pari-mutuel betting at the state's racetracks. Beckham favored the ban, and Sampson opposed it. A political machine, known as the Jockey Club, backed Sampson, and several key Democrats bolted the party after Beckham's nomination. Sampson won the governorship by over 32,000 votes, but every other Republican on the ticket lost by small majorities. The results suggested that some careful vote fraud had been coordinated to ensure Beckham's defeat, but none was ever proved. Sampson's term in office was a tumultuous one. The 1928 legislature was dominated by Democrats and was not particularly responsive to Sampson's proposals. After the session, Sampson was indicted for accepting gifts from textbook companies, but the charges were later dropped. In 1929, Sampson removed Democratic political boss Ben Johnson from his post as highway commissioner. When legislators reconvened in 1930, they retaliated by stripping Sampson of many of his appointment powers and reinstalling Johnson to his post. Later in the session, Sampson proposed to allow Samuel Insull to dam the Cumberland Falls to generate hydroelectric power. The General Assembly instead voted to accept an offer from T. Coleman DuPont to purchase the falls and turn them into a state park. The Assembly voted to restrict further Sampson's powers in 1930. The end of Sampson's term was complicated by the economic realities of the Great Depression. He called out the Kentucky National Guard to quell the violent mine strike in Harlan County, known as the Battle of Everts. Following his term, Sampson returned to Barberville and was re-elected as a circuit court judge. He died May 25, 1967 and was buried in Barberville Cemetery. Sven Helge Dempsey Johansson December 27, 1905, November 3, 1937 was a Swedish ice hockey player who competed in the 1924 Winter Olympics. In 1924 he was a member of the Swedish ice hockey team which finished fourth in the Olympic ice hockey tournament. Waiting for the Galactic Bus is a 1988 science fiction novel by Park Godwin and published by Doubleday Books. It is followed by The Snake Oil Wars in 1989. Koralipaatu North Divisional Secretariat is a divisional secretariat of Balakaloa District of Eastern Province, Sri Lanka. Or claiming health and safety for all, also known as the Lofstad Report, is a 2011 report commissioned by the British government to review existing health and safety legislation and its impact upon businesses. The report was written by Ragnar Lofstad and recommended the revocation of regulations that were of no benefit, updating of approved codes of practice, and the abolition of the strict liability to mitigate all risks. The report resulted in a review of all approved codes of practice by the Health and Safety Executive and the revocation of two regulations that were perceived to be of no benefit. Topulizars, meaning Topulizar, is a genus of titanosaur which lived during the Lower Cretaceous period Caption Age in what